Hello. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi. Welcome in. Happy Monday. It's a brand new week. It's a brand new week. Tomo's got this new habit, it seems, of being quiet and calm and comfortable all day. And then as soon as I start streaming and talking, then he starts yapping. But you guys like Tomo, so it's okay, right? Hi, welcome in. Excuse me, I don't know what came over me. Thank you, Joe. Hi, we've got some lovely friends with us today. We've got Cancel Snail came in and grabbed the first redeem. We've got Jao Zaki's here with the bump, 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 bump. Nice to see you, Jao. Hi, Sound Ninja. Sorry I just lurked yesterday. I had a very icky brain weekend. Lots of worms and goblins to fight. Hey, man, we all have that kind of weekend. Look at me. I'm the streamer now. Exactly. We all have weekends like that. We all got days like that. It's all good. This is a lurk-friendly space. It's all good. No need to worry about it. Valerith is here. Hi, Valerith. Welcome in. I keep forgetting my hand tracking doesn't work when I'm in tablet drawing mode. Frog is here. Hi, Frog. Hello, Frog. Fart stream with Buttspot. I don't think, I don't know if that quite suits my content. I'm gonna be honest with you, Frog. It's nice to see you, though. Hi, Archer. Yes, Tomo is the streamer now. He's taking over the stream. He's like worked up over it. I am not tuning into the fart stream. Yeah, I don't think I would do that. Hi, Ptolemy. Welcome in. Welcome in, Ptolemy. Teach him how to play Pokemon. Give him his own channel. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I mean, the fish didn't know how to play Pokemon. They just, like, used a camera to track them. To track the fish. But yeah, today we've got a fun activity that we can do. We've got fun times. Teach him to eat plastic. He already eats paint. He already eats... Tomo, you are driving me a little bit crazy. Come here. There you go. He already eats paint. Actually, I don't know if it's gonna help much if he's on my shoulder, because then he's gonna be chirping directly in my ear. I know I shouldn't be upset with a bird for being a bird, you know? Birds chirp, that's what they do. Birds chirp. But he hasn't done this before, and it is a little bothersome. I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I should just get used to it. Maybe that's okay. I mean, he only does it for a little while, and then he, like, calms down and finds out something else to do. It was like 10 or 20 minutes. I don't know. Sometimes I could distract him with seeds or another activity. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't know. My dad's house 007. Welcome in. Thank you for following. What do I call you? House? Hello, Dr. House. Hi, yeah, today we are doing a paint-along stream. We're gonna be painting this lovely picture of an ornament. I was like, it's December. Ornaments are a simple shape, and they're shiny, which makes them fun to paint. Simple shape plus shiny equals fun. I didn't realize I wasn't following you. Where do I know you from? I feel like I recognize your name. A little bit. Maybe. But it's nice to meet you. Did I meet you from another streamer? Yeah, we're gonna paint this lovely little Christmas ornament. I thought this looked pretty. I was like, oh yeah, I can get a little blur going on. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be painting the background. I'm gonna try not to, like, my folly with my other paint-alongs, with my other studies, is that, I spend too much time on the background. I spend too much time on the background. Like, I gotta make sure it's just right. But then, like, I'm rushing to get the figure done at the end. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the issue was with our last paint-along. Like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. but I was mostly working on the background for the whole time. And then in the last like half hour, I was like, okay, wait, I have to actually do the figures. So this one on the right is a little rushed, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's all right. What's up, Tomo? He's like getting on my desk. He's why are you making a mean face at me? I'm just trying to make room for you. I'm just making room on my desk. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna focus on the figure first and then do the background. That's what I think I'll do. Oh, thank you for the glasses. Yeah, it's December 1st. It's December 1st. We got Christmas time coming up soon. Which is why I thought it would be another reason why I thought it would be a great idea to do a Christmas ornament. A non-secular tree decoration. Hi, Kaola! Welcome in! How's the going? The going is good. The going's doing good. I'm in a nice mood today. Tired, but in a nice mood. I'm just coming up from D&D yesterday. Or, today is the day after D&D yesterday. It was a really interesting session. We did a combat, but there was a big, like, moral conundrum, and I realized that my character has, like, 8 layers as to how she feels about this situation. Which is fun, because that's way better than having, like, no layers. No layers of feelings. I put my 5 Pharaoh seed sitting cuties on my Christmas tree instead of ornaments. Dude, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. They're ornament shaped, relatively, right? Milo has knocked them all onto the floor climbing the tree. OMG. Kitty climbing the tree. I'm glad our cats don't do that. They don't do that. All we get is, like, we have to put a barrier up around it to make sure the dog doesn't mark it. Yeah, we're breaking out the Festivus poles. Festivus poles. I'm thinking of, like, maypoles. Festivus pole. That's just a pole. Is it a Seinfeld joke? Tomo, please. That's my Switch. Don't climb on my Switch, pretty please. I don't like it being over there. There's electronics and such. That's a Seinfeld thing. Ah, it's just a pole? That's fascinating. A Festivus for the rest of us? Oh, hi, Rin, welcome in! Seinfeld. I can't say. The only Seinfeld I've ever watched, I think, is that, like, clip on YouTube of Seinfeld without the laugh track. And it's like, yep. That's kind of awkward. The closest I've been to watching Seinfeld is B-Movie. I've seen the B-Movie a good few times. So yeah, we've got this sweet little image that we're gonna be painting today. Is there anybody who's gonna be painting along? Is anybody gonna be joining me? I think, like, the main thing I wanna focus on, first of all, making sure the figure, like, the focus is properly rendered. That's number 1. Pushing saturation is number 2. Pushing value is number 3. Making sure the foliage here looks right, I think is it number 4? Figure, saturation, value, foliage. I think that's what I would mostly like to be making sure is right. And this is a kind of low saturation image, but you can see where it really pops out, like, in the edge of the lights here and on the orb. And there's, like, a random really bright green fleck for some reason. Because, lights. Lights, I guess. Do the signs get felded in the show? I don't know. Seinfeld enjoyers. Seinfeld watchers. Whether you enjoy it or not. Do any signs get felded? Yes? Oh my goodness. That's incredible. I wonder if Chi-Chi's looking at my art. Nope. They already looked at it. I'm looking in chat to see if people said anything. Oh, I love D&D. I don't really play D&D. I want to. I like Chi-Chi. This is Prithvi's art. That's Prithvi. I just like Chi-Chi stream. We like Chi-Chi stream. They're doing art share over there right now. We're gonna do an art share here later if we have time. If we have time after the paint along. We're gonna, that does remind me, we gotta set the timer. We must set the timer for, make that 2 hours, 0 minutes. Well, I pressed play. We're not starting yet. Yeah, 2 hours, 0 minutes. That's how long we're gonna spend painting this. Sound good? If you are going to be painting along with me, we're gonna take a break at like somewhere around the 1 hour mark. We're gonna take a nice 10-minute break. Oh! Hairbrained Arts, welcome in! Ba-da-ba-bum! Welcome in, friend! Chimera Raid. A conceptual rabbit. Wait! Did we just get raided by bunnies? Did we get raided by bunnies? I love bunnies. I love bunnies. I am bunny. I'm sure you can tell. I love bunnies. This is a really weird example of a bunny. Cheek surgery. He needs cheek surgery. Hello, hello, hello. Let me get waving. Bunnies don't have beans. Hello, hello. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. Oh, thank you for following. I like to draw chimera. No. I don't really draw chimeras, unless you count little Tomo over there. Tomo Griffin. Let's see. I like to draw character art. We like to do paint-alongs. We like painting. We like a little bit of pixel art here and there. We like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I have a little bird who's getting up to mischief right now. Actually, he's not. He's just in his foraging tray. We got hydrates and stretches. Thank you, Cygnus. And all together, we like having a fun, silly, and chill time where we make friends, appreciate our friends, appreciate the world. Oh my goodness, Cygnus is a noble of the Winter Court now. Yay! Are you already VIP? Grave Maker. Oh, you are. Okay, so I'll make sure to add you the stuff, and I'll explain once we're done saying hi to the raiders. What did you do today? What were we up to today, Hairbrained Arts? Hair. Bunny. Let me shout you out. Hairbrained Arts. Once I spell it right. There we go. What about a chimera that's a bunny, cockatiel, and a worm on a string instead of a lion, a goat, and a snake? Oh, let me follow you. I notice in your name that it says arts. Does that mean that you were doing art today? Little emote art, would you like to share? I smell an art text. Is that what I smell? It smells like art text. Feel free to throw in your link. It might let me know when you're ready to throw in the link and I'll send you a permit. I'll send a permit so that you won't get doinked. You won't get donked on the head by Stream Elements for sending a link. Cygnus has just become a Winter Court goober. Winter Court goober. Fey Noble. A Fey Noble of the Winter Court that gives you 3 things. 1, it gets you VIP on the channel, which Cygnus already has. 2, it gets you a Discord role of being a a Discord role which gets you a fun little color for your name. It gets you access to a secret Discord channel in the server, which if you haven't joined, that's here. If you haven't joined, that's here. Oh no, you're all good, Cygnus. You're all good. It gets you access to this channel has discount codes, 15% off for commissions and merch. And what's the third thing you can see? Oh yeah, cool hat. Let's get Cygnus their cool hat for the stream avatars. Let's see, gift. Grave Maker. Give you special stuff. Winter Noble Crown. I'll go ahead and put it on you too. I don't know how to get a link to give art tax. I'm new to all this streaming stuff. Oh, that's okay. Here's how you do it. I mean, you can like upload it to Blue Sky. I sure like Blue Sky. Or you can upload it anywhere in Discord. If you upload it anywhere in Discord, you can click on it and then press copy link. Like click on the art. When you have the art pulled up, you right click it and press copy link. And then you can send that to me. Or pretty much any other way you can think of. Welcome to being a new streamer, by the way. That's so exciting. I'm gonna snoop. I hope you don't mind. Just a little bit of snooping. Just a little bit of snooping. I already followed you, but if you guys aren't following yet, what the heck? Wait! Wait, your PNG tuber's so cute! Wait, you're so stinking cute! Oh, look at this bunny! The bunny! What a cutie patootie! Are you a chimera? Oh yeah, look, you got little horns there too. Oh, that's so rad. That's so rad. Oh, it's lovely to meet you today. Absolutely lovely. After the art share, yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh yeah, there was one thing I wanted to do in the Discord real quick because we did just move to the Winter Court nobility. I'm gonna rearrange the roles so that Winter Court is on top. So it's gonna default. There we go. Name colors to that. There we go. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah. So what we're doing today is we're going to be doing a paint-along. We're going to be painting this lovely Christmas orb. This lovely festive orb. Festive orb. Sorry if that was like flashing or uncomfortable for anybody. But yeah, I'm excited. We've got 2 hours on the clock to create the closest, yes, orb! To create the closest recreation or whatever we want to do to study this image. But yeah. I wonder, should I try to go at it with like looser strokes now? Yes, orb, the orb. Like, cause normally I would do like a little sketch. Like I did that for the last one to make sure that the kitties were the right shape. But this is just a circle. That's pretty much just a circle. I think I could maybe do this without a sketch. So I think I'll try that. Probably get to bed in a tad bit. It's 2:44 a.m. Ah, that makes sense, Prithvi. That makes sense. Like that, yeah. Orb. Wizard Bun Bun. Orb pondering bun bun. Whoa! Sorry, you got timed out. It's still just a sketch I started this evening, and I kept my stream very short today. That is A-okay. I do still have your link, and you'll be back in 20 seconds. I am super sorry about that. There we go. You have sent me a channels link. This unfortunately won't work. And unfortunately won't let me pull it up. I need the image link. You have to click on the image, and then once it's pulled up, you right-click and press copy link. Eck, it's okay, it's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there for sure. Eck, booty. Oh yeah, we got Buzzbot. Don't mind her. She's silly. She's silly. This music is so nice. It's all from Infinity Nikki. It's so like chill and sweet. It's good. I feel a complicated way about Infinity Nikki, I think. Like, I played Love Nikki for like 3 or 4 years straight. I put a lot of money into it. I mean, relatively. I put like $300 or $400, which is a lot for like a high schooler. The high schooler was at the time. I mean, it's kind of a lot to be spending on a mobile game at all, but over a few years, it's not so bad. Ooh. And so I feel like I should like Infinity Nikki, but I was playing it, I did it for a stream, and I kinda felt like there was not that much to do. Like, I did like styling. I did like styling in the game, but maybe I'll revisit it sometime. I thought, wow, that's a lot, before I remembered how much I spent on Pokemon cards. Oh yeah! Yeah, Snail, it's really not so bad. It's really not so bad. Oh, should I use that redeem? Don't worry about it. Here. It's something that I tried before that I never changed. Yeah, look at that cutie dance. There he goes. There goes that Germa. Permit. Hairbrained Arts. 500. You have 500 seconds to send that link. You got 3 minutes. Is that 3 minutes? I don't know why Moobot has anything to say. I just use you for giveaways, dude. I'll have to figure that out. Ooh, wait, this is so cute. Wait, this is so cute. Look at this adorable emote. Look at how cute. Moobot, yeah, I use Moobot for giveaways. And not other things. General settings. Just don't do stuff. Just don't do stuff. Don't even worry about it. This is so cute. It's truly gremlin energy. Look, it's biting on a candy cane. Yum. Yum, biting on a candy cane. Jerma's a cutie patootie? I think so. I think so. He's a goober. He's a silly goober. Look how cute! Dude, I love this. Are you taking commissions? Is that what this is for? Is this a commission? Let me shout you out again. I have to do the small shout out though, because Twitch won't let me. There we go. Everybody follow! Everybody follow! Please, please. To give them a big thank you for raiding today. Can I munch as well? Maybe you should go to bed first. Maybe you shouldn't be having sugar before bed, right, Crispy? It's almost 3 a.m. Go night-night. Cute! Thank you so much for sharing, Hairbrained. I would like to see it when it's done, if that's alright. I would like to see it. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for raiding. If you do have to raid and run, we can... you can feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you up. But if you did want to stay and hang out, I've got beanbag chair for you. And I've got, let's see, hot chocolate. Hot chocolate with a candy cane in it. Okay, fine. It's okay, Frisbee. It's okay. You'll still be able to like wake up tomorrow. Rabbit watching orb. What does he see? I think only the bunny knows. I think only the bunny truly knows. I kind of want to fix this arm though. Wouldn't this be a cute like sticker? Should I do like a sticker pack of bunnies? I think that'd be great. Get a wizard hat. Your computer crashed? Oh my goodness. Well, welcome back. Hey, take it easy if you need to. If you gotta wind down after stream or what have you, feel free to go. But if you want to hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for you. A hot cocoa with candy cane in it. And we're gonna be doing a paint along. So if anybody wants to join in the paint along, you can do !paint along, and my mod bot Clover is slacking today, but that's okay. You'll get the full res image link, so you can pull this up. We've got a 2-hour timer that we'll be trying to recreate this image, or at least I'll be trying to recreate it for study. Yeah. What's a paint along? It's I paint a thing for 2 hours. We all use the same reference, and we paint along together. And then we can share it and look at it at the end. We will be doing an art share later. If we have time. We better get started soon. Yeah, if we're done, as long as we're done by 6, it should be okay. Bell or beat? Huh? Oh, ball. Orb. Orb. Oh, it's an ornament, huh? Yeah, you know what? I think it would be a great idea if I made a sticker pack full of silly bunnies. Egg. Orb. Hi, Ethereal. It's nice to see you today. Okay. I think we should get started. Let me quote-unquote prep my canvas. I just want to get the sort of shape of the image down so that we can paint in there. Rectangle created. It's not even, is it? Drawing guide. Huh? There's no drawing assist on this layer. It doesn't need to be perfect, actually. Don't worry about it, Cheesy. Just draw a rectangle. Turn off drawing assist. See. Okay. Okay, the dimensions are more like that. Who needs straight lines? Happy Pride, I guess. Okay, that's straight enough for me. Pet rectangle. Pet the rectangle. Okay. I think I'm ready to get started. Again, if anybody needs the full res image link, you can get it from my Discord too, if you're not in there already. And you can... Those angles are not looking wrecked. Good for them. Very not wrecked. But yeah, anybody who's planning to participate, are you ready? Are you ready? You asked me a question. The emote that you were making, is that a commission? A commission that you were making for somebody else? Do you have commissions open? That was such a cute emote. I'd love to like promo ya. I'd like to promo ya if you get commissions open. Having a sense of whether an emote is gonna look good really small is a good sense to have, I think. And I think judging by that emote that you made, I could see it. I could see it. You've got that sense. You could make a good emote. Oh, just something I was making for myself. Red. Red. Well, if I needed an emote and I had money, I might commission you. But yeah, I'm ready to get started. You guys ready? Ready, set, timer, go. And it's counting. I noticed there is a sort of like, here, we'll do that on a new layer. There is a sort of greenishness to the whole image. So I want to sort of pick that greenish color. Oh, this song is nice. I want to pick that greenish color for a sort of undertone throughout the whole image, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I'm trying to... It's a little bit bluer. Trying to make sure I'm pushing those, saturation, right? Maybe a little darker. What is quite a soft color? Yeah, that looks about right to me. That seems about right to me. And I'm like happy with sort of the setup and such, I'm gonna crop it down. That's sweet of you to say. Of course, of course. We're having dropped frames. We're having connection issues. Are you guys getting this? Stream skippy? Stream skippy at all? This happened a little while ago. I'll have to look into it again after stream. Because I can't change any relevant settings during stream. I just have to hope stream doesn't like crash out and die for no reason. Okay, I'm gonna get some sort of more general tones in. Let's see. Is that about right? Just getting general tones in the background. Oh! Panic with cheese! Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, for throwing in that gift sub. That's so cool of you. The orb here, we got some other stuff going on. Thank you so much. 22-second latency. I'm so sorry. Twitch has been having issues for everyone the last few weeks. Whoa. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I wonder what that's all about. Yeah, sort of get some of that going on. Of course, we'll define it more later. I'm sort of just like marking out where this white color is and where it isn't. Because that's sort of our first color that we're working with right now. I think I'm getting better at this. I think I'm getting better at the whatchamacallit stuff. I should make this smaller now. Like blocking out colors. I think these paint-alongs have really been helping me. Do want that to be some bit warmer. Oh yeah, I gotta do the sub song. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you could watch for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! 0 drop frames. Yay! Oh, hi Green, welcome in. You gonna paint along? We gonna be painting together? A little bit of that going on. I think that sounds lovely. I just want to sort of get this warm yellowish green. I'm really like not confident in this, but I'm trusting the process. I can make it greener. Trust the process, cheesy weezy. I gotta go kind of loose if I want the undertone to go through. To come through, more so. There's bunch of the shapes get kind of complicated and more abstract over in the top right corner. Does that look like a tree yet? I'd be afraid to do some blurring. Maybe over there I should be afraid. Yeah, down here it's definitely gonna get into more like detail. Okay. Let's prepare the orb. What kind of based color? Based color? What kind of base color do we use for this? I think I'll start with a more neutral brown. Hi, brain. I know you. I already said hi to you, but that's okay. I can say hi twice. The drop frames are getting better. It's all good. It's all good. Ooh, that's too warm. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the sort of neutral brown. Yeah. It might help to limit your palette, but you can still mix them. I think I'm just gonna continue going by vibes. I'll go by vibes. Yeah, I have to use the basedest of colors. Only based colors allowed. Make that a little bluer, maybe? I don't want to get that super bright. Super bright. super warm tone around the edge here. Well, that's nice. This is starting to come out. OMG! Another raid! Cammy, raid stuff. What stuff? You stuff. This is a raid. You're being raided. Oh my goodness. Damsel, did you put Cammy up to this? Welcome in! Hi, hi, hi! I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a Bunny Fairy Doll VTuber. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. We like to do... Here, let me pause this. We like to do character art, paint-along streams. We've been doing a lot lately. I like to do a little pixel art here and there. We like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I keep wanting to say VTuber games. Cammy came here all on their own? Oh, that's epic. Small world, huh? But it's lovely to see you. Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat. Oh, I'm already following. So give Cammy a big, big, big thank you for raiding in today. Yippee! We're working on this lovely little Christmas festive orb. Ooh, my foot fell asleep, so I'm kind of uncomfortable right now. We're working on this lovely little festive orb. We're making for a little paint-along study. I'd like to get better at doing colors and making paintings, and I'd like to learn things. It has been months? Whoa. Interesting, interesting. Can I ponder the orb? Yes, you may, damsel. Ponder the booty? If you want to. I wouldn't put it past you, damsel. But what were you doing today? What were you doing today? If you were drawing or painting or something today, I would love to see your art tags. The question does stand. You may ponder the orb. In fact, I drew this bunny earlier. Oh, wrong layer. I drew this bunny earlier, who does a bit of pondering. Pondering the booty intensifies. Let me pop it in Discord and grab a linky. Yay! Please ponder the booty somewhere else. Buzzbot. Button hun. Little bunny. Yeah. So we just started, we're 10 minutes in. I was just placing down some sweeping colors and trying to trust the process. So yeah. Don't forget to warn about the link. Oh yeah, when you throw in the link, either one, let me know that you're about to throw it in, or two, so that I can give you a permit, or two, be okay with being timed out for 20 seconds. I'll still get the link even if that happens. You have a sippy real quick. Okay. I got the link. Here comes permit. Cammy draws stuff. 500 seconds. Moobot, I didn't ask you. This is between me and Stream Elements and Cammy. There we go. This is so cute. Wait. Pumpkinville. Oh yeah, I've got a little bird. You can hear him chirping in the background. He's having a nice time. Pumpkin. This is so sweet. Wait. This is wonderful. You know, I'm doing these studies so that I can get better at, like, maybe potentially making lovely painted stuff like this. Look at all the texture you've got in the hay. Look at the beautiful shading on all those pumpkins. My pumpkin neighbors is what I thought you said. My neighbors had this super cute mini pumpkin display on our porch and I needed to paint it.
Little baby man.
Little baby man. Thank you, damsel. Man. Right? It looks so nice. So nice. If you want to see more of what Cammy does, throw her a follow. Thank you again so much for rating. Thank you for putting your art into our eyeballs. It's scrumptious art. If you gotta rate and run, if you know you're a little tired from streaming, which happens, it happens. If you need to grab a eat, if you need to, take care of yourself, feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you up. But if you wanted to hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for you, and we got an extra large root beer. Extra large root beer for you. Wonderful artist and singer. That's super nice. Well, I've got a nice singer here in my stream. What? What's with those eyes? Ethereal, what is it? But yeah, it's lovely to see you all today. Let's see. Damsel Heart, Cammy, Steveticus. Hi, nice to see you, Steveticus. The Best Dal came in too. Sparkcrust came in. I think Sparkcrust had to like leave and come back or something. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Oh, you said our eyes eating the art. I guess so. It's so silly. It's so silly. Yum, yum, yum. That was really cursed, though. Okay. We've got this beautiful festive orb that we're painting. You are free to grab the image for yourself if you do !Paintalong or head over to my Discord server. It's in the announcements channel. Which I'll pull up right there. Oh, hi! I'm working and lurking, so I'll be in the shadows for now. It's lovely to see you, Steveticus. I hope you have a nice working lurk. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, we can paint along together. I had a 2-minute timer going. Only 10 minutes are gone. So you are free to paint along with me if you wish. Super, super nice art from Cammy. Okay. Timer. Oh, hydrate. We're gonna have a sip first. And I think I smell a stretch coming too. So we'll do that too. Or I can just stretch for fun. I don't need to stretch only because you guys told me to. But I stretched anyway. Timer, go. It's gonna be like a roughly 2 hours situation. We'll be doing this for roughly 2 hours. Oh, we're on the wrong layer. Did I just smudge out the other bunny? No. Fine. There we go. There's the stretch. Teddy Pangolin. What a cute name. Thank you for that. Stretch out of spite. Yeah, wrong layer. There it is. Smooth that orb out. I did say I wanted to focus on the figure, but I don't want to focus too hard. I still need to make sure the background looks fine. I think it doesn't look dark enough. So we're gonna make it look darker. It needs to be like mostly dark but with light accents. You know what I mean? There we go. Get a little texture in it as we go. There we go. And I can make it look better later. Do some more here. The four things again that I'm trying to focus on. The figure itself, that's the orb. Pushing saturation, pushing value, and a little over here. What's the last thing? Oh, hey, welcome back, Spark. Got your rum. Enjoy. What's the last thing? I forgot. I literally forgot. I do also think this is not dark enough. Pushing value, pushing value. Value cheesecake. There we go. That's starting to look more tree-ish. Ooh, an orb. Ponders. Yes, we are pondering the festive orb today. I do want that a little greener. It's a little less like dark up here. Whoops, that's way too big. Tomo sure has a lot to say about it. Yes, Tomo bird? Chippa chirping little bird? Let's ponder orbs with Mama. We could ponder orbs together. Sorry if I've missed any chat, by the way. I'm kind of locked in, but you're free to try sending it again if I missed something. You're free to try sending it again. Yes, Tomo. Yes, Tomo. You're free to try sending it again and making it a highlighted message. Highlighted message. And it's more likely that I'll see it. Fire! Fire! We want bright, shiny color. Very bright, shiny color. Tomo bird. Come here, little man. Thank you, Mart. Oh, you got kissies too. Oh, y'all. Oh, y'all. Now everybody knows my secret commands. Everybody must know. Little Tomo bird. Let me make this oranger. Brighter. I really want this baby to glow. Is that looking better? Ah, there's still something very odd about it. There he goes. There goes little bird. That's okay. I can keep noodling on that later. You know what? I should make this a cooler color. There we go. This message has been highlighted for ease of viewing. Thank you. Thank you, Sparkcrest. Was plan. Orb could be gayer. It really could. There we go. I zoomed out again and it's like, how do you do this? This is difficult. This is more challenging than I expected. It's a good thing I'm doing it, huh? Give a sort of reddishness to it. It might help to do some glass water studies. Glass water studies. Like a glass of water. I mean, we can only do so many studies at once. Oh, you know what? This is starting to look a little better. Is it? Glass of water. How? So orb. It's truly so orb. I do like picking, like, reflective objects for studies. They're very fun. I love a good fun reflective object. Would you rather drink a glass of water or water a glass of drink? Drink a glass of water, probably. Ponder, I hardly know her. Ponder than what? Make this brighter here. There. Does that look ponderable yet? I probably just gotta get more context in there. I say as I continue to do not that. Get a little more shade. Pushing values is what's helping. Yeah. Pushing value is what's helping. The ponder is manifesting. It's getting ponderable. Make this a little darker. No, that doesn't look right. Okay, we're going to go back to the tree. We're gonna go back to the tree real quick. Or at least the background. Oh, we have an ad starting shortly. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. Thank you. Quick tree throwback. I'm gonna push this darkness in the tree a little bit. That's not quite right. There's also like big glowy spots. These are probably Christmas lights, right? Then let's get a shiny spot over here. Should I? I'll add the like light effects later once I've got the background looking more believable. We gotta set these shapes in and then blend them out. Darker. Darker yet darker. Help us, Gaster. I don't need it to be detailed. I just need it to look right. Hit streamer cheesy cheesecake? Hit 15 stream streaker? Jack? That's a fact, Jack, the Oswald himself. Welcome in. Nice to see you today, friend. Am I the hit streamer? The Oswaldinator? My, what was it? You were like a pet goblin or something? During that stream? I don't even remember, really. Darker. Stop being lighter. Be darker. What? Hey Diva, hit streamer, we'll see, but you have hit streamers. Don't hit streamer. Please no, that sounds like it would hurt. I don't think I've hit any streamers. I don't even know what all this is in the background. Wall or something. I think that looks good enough. Spaceship wall. There we go. There's a little bit of that there. There's some treeage. Whoa, we've got some proportions wrong. That's fine though. It's not that big a deal. Oh yeah, we've got the like the metal bit up here. Speaking of proportions, that's too big? Spaceship booty. Hey Diva. It's too big. I'll make it smaller. There we go. Well, hydrate, thank you, Cygnus. Proportion? I hardly know him. I don't think it worked. User, you blew it. Mwop, 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 mwop. Zippy. Thank you, Cygnus. Oh, big stretch. Oh, big stretch. Oh, big stretchy. Mwop, 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 mwop. See, this part here where it gets sort of like reddish. It's still too dark. Whoa, saturation value, my enemies. My enemies, there we go. Ooh, yeah, that's the rich, darkish red color I was looking for. Is that looking ponderable yet? I would be honored to ponder this orb. What in ponderation? Well, I would be pondered to honor this orb. Hmm. I see today good jokes are in small amounts. What it seems today. The good jokes are rare today. Ye ponder. Let's get a little bit of... That's not right. Ooh, this little metal bit's gonna be fun to render. Fun to render. The good jokes do be lacking. Yeah, it's true. I would be orbed to honor this ponder. I would be dorb to ponder this banana. A banana. But could you ponder to orb this honor? Render, I hardly know her. That's what I feel doing. That's what I feel like doing these studies. I gotta smooth it all out. This is a smooth orb. Blur it all. I feel like we kind of got it. It's Joe! Saludos, my friend! I formally acknowledge your presence. The Breb is here! The Breb! Smooth like me brain. I think Damsel's brain is big, wrinkly, and juicy. Don't think too hard about it. Don't think too hard about that joke, okay? Breb! Give Breb, please! These lights also have a bright little edge on them. Whoa! So nice. So nice, I could say it twice. Don't be on the floor, use the Commodore. Thank you for that, damsel. You don't have to ask me not to think hard. Brain go brr and make smoke. It seems like we're all having Monday vibes today, is that so? Is that so? The vibes are brain hurty today. Mondays do be Mondaying, it's true. You're back at work this week? Smooth brain is the best. The sad hides in the wrinkles. Yeah, all of all of the unhappy simply washes right off. It simply slips right off. Okay, I had to look up and make sure that we actually had the timer still going, because for a second, for some reason, I wasn't sure. It's crazy because I mostly just wanted to focus on the orb, but now I'm like, I have to get so involved in this tree. Like I'm happy, I'm mostly happy with the ornament now, but I gotta get involved in the tree. But that's okay, we just lower our brush size and start getting some details in. Going out from the orb, I think, is fine. Let's get that bright yellowy green color that we've got on the ends of many of these. Is that right? Needs to be warmer, I think, actually. Oh, hey, Dalrook, welcome in. Thank you for following. Buzzbot is always down to booty. She's always down to kill. What are you guys hunting for? We're gonna seek the sad. Christmas art. It's non-secular orb. Non-secular festive orb for pondering purposes. Let me fix that. Oh no, Holy Day art. I can hear her song. You. Shut on, dun dun dun. Oh no, she's here. Get down. I have a confession to make. I like that song. I think it's fun. I think it's jamming. But I understand the related trauma. I never really like worked at a retail store during Christmas. You know what I mean? Cheesecake involved with the tree, and here I thought they had a fella. Does the fellow know about you and the tree being involved? I think I'm gremlin mode. I think involved with the booty buzzbot. I think inanimate objects are fair game. I don't know, I'd have to ask, but I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's fine with it. I don't know why I spent so much time on that little doot there. It's fine, you don't have to worry about it. I'm kind of like stumped on how to tackle this. Maybe I should just keep doing what I'm doing. Maybe this isn't so bad. Does it truly convey the warmth, though? Just get down all the, all this. Easy, don't worry about it. Just get down all of that. Just noodle. Noodle until it works. You said don't think too hard about it right now. Noodle it until it works out. Oops. Then a little bit of that. There's a little light over here. No, 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 no. We gotta swoop, swoop. We blur out this area. We set down some like sort of lighter orangish tone, and then we can go over. Not too orangish. Yeah. Set that down here, and then we can go over it in those like dark leaves. I don't know if this looks convincing, but it's okay. It is okay. Just let them cross over each other. There we go. It's like eyelashes. Sometimes I feel like what I've learned about painting or drawing or painting eyelashes, I'm finding pretty applicable in drawing foliage. You know what I mean? Well, my glasses on, glasses off. Hey, Joe, that's such a silly blink. I didn't think I would be able to claim first. Wow, you're so cool for being first, Joe. Noodle the doodle until it's goodle. Exactly, Spark Rust. Exactly. That's literally how it works. There's so much noodling involved in painting. You wouldn't even believe. Yeah, I didn't realize this would be like 20% orb, but mostly tree. 20% orb painting, mostly tree painting. Got this dark area down here that needs to be more dark. This one sure is a challenge. Push the saturation. Push, push. I don't know what these are, but I'm painting them in. I don't know what they are, but they're on the reference. So onto the painting they get. Pondorb. Yes, let's change the welcome board. Thank you. Thank you, Ethereal. Me? Noodle? Not even once. I feel like with your art, Damsel, you do a lot of noodling. Like with the way you do your shading. Pondorb. Pondorb sounds like a fakey man. Like a wizard fakey man that somebody's made. And I'm using what I learned last week when I was trying to paint that like plant in the background. How you can sort of have the blurred foliage by using negative space. We're learning. They're paying off, right? The studies? You say a fakey man, but it's real to me. What, me? I love this orb practice where it actually tree. Honestly, oh, hi, Boxty. I accidentally tricked myself into doing foliage practice. Let's blur out these. These smudgy doos. Hi! Did you guys know that you're really cool? You're all really cool and fun and my friends. I don't know what this stuff is supposed to be, but that's okay. I don't need to. I mean, like, maybe it's a good idea. It's like something blurred in the foreground, I guess. I need those to look a little more formless. Oh, we're about an hour in. Oh, and there's an ad coming soon. I would say in just a couple minutes. No one's gonna believe me. Yeah, you're friends with Crystal Cheesecake. It's true. It's true. Did you know you're sweet and a cutie? Ah, shucks. Ah, shucks, Boxy. That's so nice. I want to say no, but the fairies from my game are unable to lie. I'm unable to lie too. I promise. Real. It's real. I promise, unable to lie, real. I need that to be brighter. There we go. Yeah, just a couple minutes. We're gonna take a break. Take a break. 10-minute break. Halfway through our art, of course. Gonna be a sweet 10 minutes. Just a sweet 10 minutes. Look at this color. There's something up here that's that color. I don't know what it is, but that color is up there. I used to know someone who was like really, really good at like doing studies like this, like making like really dang good recreations. I'll be leaving when break does work. Oh no! uh really really good at making these recreations, and they were like feeling bad about it because they were like, I can't make, I have trouble doing anything like creative. I'm not good at having the ideas and stuff. And so that just kind of goes to show that like people's like talents, not talents more so, but like people's skills and qualities in art are can show up in so many different ways. You know, even somebody who's amazing at like recreating a photo, that kind of thing, can still struggle with things. And just because you're maybe not where you'd want to be on something doesn't mean you're bad at all. You know what I mean? Okay. I'd like to beat this ad timer. I wouldn't like to get stuck with ads. So we're gonna pause our art timer right here. It's paused now. We're gonna come back to our I thought it was an orb painting, but I guess it's a tree painting. We're gonna pause our forced foliage practice. I'm gonna change this timer. I'm remembering that it's at 1 minute and 6 seconds. We're gonna change our timer to be 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You guys are gonna remember, right? You guys are gonna remember that it's 1 minute and 6 seconds, right? Just in case I forget. I'm gonna beat the ad timer. So we're gonna go for 10 minutes. I'll leave basketball running for you guys. And we'll have a nice time. We're gonna get up and stretch and take care of our needs. I'm gonna eat Pop-Tarts. Do what you gotta do, right? Enjoy the basketball and all that. I already forgot. What did you forget? I don't remember. I don't remember what you forgot. I'll be back 10 minutes. See you shortly. Bye. Bye, damsel. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. We are back. We have back. We are back. We have returned. We've got 1 hour and 6 minutes on the timer. You guys remembered that, right? You remembered it? We've got our timer set again. I'm ready to get back painting. You know what? Comparing the two images, it's not bad. It's not looking bad so far. I think it's looking pretty good. Like, sort of putting them side by side. Let's hide our little wizard bunny back here so that we can maintain it while we crop the image. I think I did a pretty good job, like, determining the aspect ratio, too. Yeah, yeah. Look at that little image right next to that other little image. Not bad. But yeah, hi again, everybody. Because we ran that 3-minute ad while we were gone, we've got a full, beautiful, oh my god, it's Chi-Chi! I didn't know Chi-Chi was gonna come say hi. Hi, Chi-Chi, hi. She's still streaming too. But during the break, I popped into her stream and I was like, hi, hi. Thank you, Spark. Thank you, Spark. I think it's coming along. It's coming along for sure. I think there's still some, like, little things I want to change on the festive orb. But it's coming along. It's going not so bad. For anybody who's painting along with me, I hope you've been having fun. I hope you've been enjoying it. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the timer again. You ready? Set! Go! Timer's ticking again. Let's see. I was working on this area over here. Huh? Hello? I'm on the wrong layer. Where's that BTTV emote? That evil, evil BTTV emote that calls me out. There we go. Thank you, Ethereal. Just get these pointy needles going over here and blend them out here. What pointy needles? I don't see any pointy needles. I only see blended out shape. These have some real dark shadow on them. I don't want to focus too hard. On this little area, you know. But I think those are worth defining. Methinks. There's something sparkly going on here. I don't necessarily know what it is, but I wonder if it's like fake snow or something. There's something sparkly. Add a little pointy needles. Will it blend? Yeah. I'm a YouTube content creator now. Get, some of that greenish, bright, vivid greenish color in there. It's there for some reason. And then, yeah, we're just gonna kind of blend that out. I did notice that's this stuff we've got going on over here needs to be more blended out. Much more blended out. I need to not know what's going on over here. There we go. Much more mysterious. You guys think that looks adequately mysterious? Like, I don't know what that is. Because you look at it on the reference and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I think adequately mysterious is a great way to describe art. Oh, you'd hang that on my wall? What the heck? Hi, Devin. I didn't know you paint that way. Yeah, we're doing studies. Studies are a great way to train your eye. It's a great way to train your eye and train your art skills in such a way that makes you better at just sort of judging color and shape. I'd hang that on my booty, not gonna lie. You're so silly, Snail. Just like getting better at judging color and shape and just design in general. Just a nice way to hone your painting skills. That even though I don't really do painting. I'd like to do more painting. But even though I don't really do painting, I feel like this helps me with my character art. By making it so that, like, I just get a better sense of that kind of stuff, you know? You remember way back when I asked if you'd be open to draw for one of my novels? We ended up not pulling through because the novel was a bit too dark for you. I got some great news on that front. What was it? What's the news? Did you find a good artist for it? If it was a while ago, I don't know that I remember, actually. Memory troubles. Finally managed to reach out to the artist whose art piece inspired the novel in the first place. I'm not allowed to use the original art piece as the book cover. That's incredible, actually. I'm super happy for you. Let's not get too lost over here. Let's make sure we're yeah. Yeah, that's incredible, Devin. Congratulations. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane / positive. Okay. I get some more of this bright yellowy in there. And then we'll go in with the lighter brush. We'll go through and add needly times in there. Yeah, that's so rad, Devin. That's really exciting. I don't know what the like process usually is like for getting a cover sorted for your book, you know? It seems really exciting. Well, I didn't know I could move this up and down. That's kind of nice. Get a bit darker. What time is it? 5:19? Okay. I think I might have to kind of rush after stream to get out of here. We're probably not going to be able to do an art share, actually. I have something to do. Wait. We probably will. That thing that I have to do is at 8, not at 7. I was like, like it would give me a little extra time to like wind down after stream before the thing I have to do. This song is so nice. I know the like playlist looped, but literally every time this song comes on, I'm like, okay, this area is blurry, so maybe I don't have to focus on it too much, but we're sort of working it out. Initially I tried reaching out to the email address linked on the YouTube channel, but that was apparently abandoned. Oh no. Ugh, I do kind of hate when that happens. Just get these in here. It was apparently abandoned. Then this September for my birthday, I got an insanely good authoring program and been on a writing hype ever since. And that led me to seek and find their Patreon. I wrote there asking to acquire a license. They just said, I'm fine to use it so long as I mention them. I was full on ready to pay for a license. Generally, I purchase a printing or commercial license for art. And if an artist does not offer that somewhere, you try to get in contact. You're an artist. How come you don't know? I haven't done a lot of like commercial work. I've never done any like contracts, I guess. Diana is adorable, an adorable princess of a dog. Princess Diana. She got into my lap. I decided her fur could use some grooming. She opened herself wide open because she's so vain and loved being brushed all over her adorable fur. Oh, that's so sweet. What kind of doggy is Diana? What breed? Oh, yeah. Blur out these little shapes. Horse after the cart. Cheesecake. Don't put the cart before the horse. Horse before the cart. Horse before the cart. Don't blend them out yet. Get the shapes down first. Horse first. Horse first. Get orangey, little orangey in this area. And I want to get this dark orangish color. Really push it, because these are some saturated little spots. Well, maybe not that much. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, most of the art I've done is like, most of the paid work that I've done hasn't been like, oh, she's a Yorkie. Most of the paid work that I've done hasn't been like, like partnered with anything that's being published, you know. It's just been working with people who have characters, who want their characters drawn, or people who like seeing characters. You know, I'm just like a little character artist. Or streamers who, you know, need assets for their stream and such things. That's a little bit on the wrong area, but it's okay. Blur them out. And then get a little glowiness in there. Why they're glowy, I don't know. But yeah, I've never worked with like a published thing. I might reach out for another novel of mine that's a bit more lighthearted, if that's all right with you. That sounds fun! That sounds fun! Already got some beta readers? What's it about? Sort of lighten up this area in general. Oh, hey! Thank you for following, Sir Zetch. Zetch. There's an NPC in our D&D campaign named Zet. Z-E-T. Unfortunately, he just died. No ill omens intended. Huh? Our NPC in a D&D campaign. Gotta support fellow fairy VTubers. A fellow fairy? Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you. You're also a fairy VTuber? Let me throw you a follow. Yippee! I do love fairies. I do love my fellow fairy friends. Yorkies are really cute. And I can totally see a Yorkie being like a little vain friend. Vain little puppy. There we go. I think that gives some good texture there. We've got about 50 minutes left. You know, I think I'm making pretty good pace. Just blur this out a little bit. Maybe with a smaller. Yeah, blur it out smaller. Sort of keep some of the texture in there, but just soften it all up, right? A herdier, yeah. Time to lurk and enjoy art. It was lovely meeting you. It was lovely meeting you. Enjoy your lurky lurk. Get a little warmth over here. There, okay, okay. You know, it looks like a mess, but it also sort of looks like the reference. Well, that top right corner, it gets blocked. That's fine, though. It looks like a mess, but it also kind of looks like the reference, so we're fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna get some more, like, brightness in here. There we go, and by making use of negative space, we can make the, that light look bright and shiny with these needles going through it. Or past it, over it, you know. Okay, now let's move on to the bottom half of the tree. The bottom half. The bottom half of the part of the tree that is in the image. Although I did really like working on the lights especially. In fact, let me glow those up a little more. A little extra glow on the surroundings. I am in a part where I can mostly... There's a little orange in there. I have a part where I can mostly color pick. At a point. It's nice. I like color picking. I don't have to worry about having the whatchamacallit open the whole time. The color wheel. Well, not having it open the whole time, more so... I don't have to worry about opening it at all. The novel has two protagonists, Cloud, a young man on his way to college, and Cloud, a young woman on her way to college. He wants stability because his mom passed when he was young, and his father turned to alcohol, and she basically ran from home because her parents, let's just say, they never should have been parents. She bears a secret almost nobody knows, and hopes that the college to find a safe haven, because the college welcomes the weird and outcast with quirks science can't explain. That does sound fun. That does sound fun. Are they going to fall in love? Is it a love story? Or is that a secret right now? Will it have to be a surprise? more vivid red down here. I realized there's a bit more of this like reddish tone than I'm expecting. Oh, you know what it is? It's the light reflecting off the orb and into the tree. That's what it is. Yet to exchange more than one word. Oh, that's fun. I played it out as a romance because the story came to me in a dream. That dream was very sweet and romantic, but the romance part is way far away still. I'm like almost 100k words and 80 plus chapters deep, and they've met like 3 times. Interesting. Now I want to share my game story, but I'm still working on it. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. I hope they don't fall in love. There's so many love stories, barely any best friend stories. That is true. That is true. Well, romance stories are nice too. Not everything has to be like new and subversive. Yeah, there really is just like a big patch of black color over here. I'm working on a short horror story. Ooh, that's fun. That sounds fun. Buzzbot, I'd like you to keep your booty story to yourself though. Buzzbot. Yeah, horror story sounds fun. Too tight. We want to see the needle. There we go. There we go. My Discord server does have like a writing channel if you guys wanted to talk about writing in there. I don't really do writing. So I've never had any reason to talk in there, so it gets a little dead. But if you guys do writing, you can make it busy again. Can I share the current cover for the novel? Yeah, go ahead. I don't know if you're in the Discord already. You can throw it in there and I'll have a look off stream. I'll have a look after stream. Well, we got 40 minutes left. We should have this, no problem, in 40 minutes. Why am I, like, hesitating on the... on the, like, bottom over here? I just feel like I'm not quite ready for it yet. It's some more dimension going in here. A little brighter. Yeah, about that's right. What's the name of your server? I think I'm on it. Crystal Cheesecake's Fairy Ring. You might be. You might be in it already. This area over here. There's another light down here, right? I think we're gonna push it up. I'm gonna push that up, that little light area down there. Oodles and oodles of noodles left. It's just noodling. I also like that noodling is what it's called when you fish for catfish by sticking your hand in the water. It makes noodling art sound more dangerous and exciting. It is very dangerous because, you know, there's often snapping turtles. There's often snapping turtles in the same places that catfish live. Ugh, I was noodling for fun. I wasn't looking at the reference. I was just drawing. I was just going for it. We got shiny here. Some sort of shininess. Too big. Or too small. It appears I need to perform some unknown tap and dance to be allowed access to the server? Oh, what are you talking about? Did you click the rules? Did you click the allow button in the rules? Or, you know, the check mark? If you want to perform a tap dance, that sounds fun. I know sometimes people have problem with the oh, you have Dino blocked. Didn't see the show message bit. Ah, I see, I see. Why do you have Dino blocked? I'm curious. Is there something up with that bot? I know Discord bots always have something wrong. I do like a fun tap dance, though. I think you guys should tap dance on my stream more often. I don't appreciate random DMs from bots. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've never gotten random DMs from Dino. Maybe that's something that they used to do that they don't do anymore. That I don't know. Or it'll like DM you when you get a roll or something. For certain servers, I don't know if it does that for my server. I can sing and play the guitar, that I can do. You can name 3 songs. If I can actually play one of them, I'll record and send it to the server. But if I can't do either, you're out of luck. Oh, that sounds fun though. I wonder, what would I want? What would I want? I mostly like Vocaloid music. You know any Vocaloid music? What about Devil Went Down to Georgia? That one would probably be crazy. I want to ask you to do that. Round. Wonderwall, Smoke on the Water, Stairway to Heaven. You guys remember when I thought Dragon Force was a game? I was like, Dragon Force, what is that? What's that game? You know, I think that is a mighty fine orb. I think I have done well with this orb. There's a little bit of like purplishness to it in certain areas. Mighty fine orb. I'd like to do more as far as reflections on it go. But I gotta finish this corner first. Look at all that, like, spilled paint. I wanna listen to Wall Spin? I don't know Wall Spin, but, Wonderwall. Day. What did you suggest? I did not understand. I don't think I suggested anything. I don't think I properly did. We'll let chat suggest. /J does mean joke, by the way. Sparkrust was goofing. Yeah, Deltarune has Dragon Blazers. I don't know what that is, actually. I didn't play, I wasn't able to play past, Chapter 1 and 2. Because I do not own the game. I wasn't able to play when the new chapter came out. But I was thinking of, like, Dragon Warrior or something. Which is just Dragon Quest. Or as they call it in Japan, Dorakue. Wall spin is you spin me around with Wonderwall. Oh, if we let chat suggest, we already had 3 failed suggestions. Oh no! Does that make it look like a ship? No, it probably doesn't actually. Crossed with Wonderwall. There we go. I don't think it makes it look like a ship. That wasn't what crossed my mind. I probably should have just said X. That's why I said it like that. It's because there's a Vocaloid song. I want this color. Yeah. Me blend all this down. This area is mostly like it's black and then it has like little bits here and there. So let me get the sort of underlying tone blackish colors in. So this will be a lot easier. It'll be a lot easier. It'll be easier, just trust me. I don't know Vocaloids. I don't know their songs by name or anything. That's fine. All good. Hi, Fang! The fun thing about Vocaloids is that they're just instruments. And there's all kinds of different artists. So many different kinds of artists that use their voices. They use the characters' voices to make music of all different kinds. Do and then these down here. Little one. Get a bright white color to really make it shine. Shine. Like, oh yeah, there's definitely some kind of light down there or something. Then I want to get some blurry. I wonder what the dogs are barking about. I love Aromatisse. You like Aromatisse now? I also like Aromatisse. She is so slay. I need this to be a warmer color, actually. There, that's much cozier. Sorry I'm not keeping up with chat very well. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in on this, guys. Smaller. Okay, let me catch up. Let me catch up. Fire emoji react. Yeah, I love Aromatisse. Winter Wonder. Oh yeah, one of my favorite Pokemon TCG artists in an Aromatisse card. I need the Master Ball version of it. Oh, they're still doing Master Ball cards? Was it in Black Bolt and White Flare? Or are they doing those like every set now? Locked in like a bike chain or something like that. Exactly, sound. Just kind of blend it out. Exactly. If I was a frog, I would say frog-zactly. Or rib-exactly. Rah, 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 rah. Can any frogs in chat confirm that that is in fact what I would say? There, I think that looks alright, that area down there. It's not perfect, but... exactly bit. Oh, from Prismatic. Okay, okay. Can we redeem the noble? Yes, yes, Fang, you can. Yes, you can. I couldn't get out the chat message, but that's okay. Yes, you can. If you guys are already a Fang Noble and you want that Winter Court hat, you can redeem it again. I know it says 10 per 10 per season, but oh, yippee! 10 per season. Where am I? There we go. I'm having trouble thinking at the same time. Winter Sub Club. Did I say Sub Club? Winter Noble. Oh, see, I haven't finished the Summer Sub Club yet. So we're kind of holding off on sub clubs right now. Let me give Fang the new hat. Fang VT. There she is. Or Nor, yeah. It's like, woof. But it's okay. I'll finish the summer one sometime soon. Once I feel like pulling out my what do you call it? My drawing tablet again instead of using the iPad. So scary. Thank you, Devin. Let me also add the Winter Court Noble roll to Fang. There you go. Looks like you've got summer and autumn. You're so holly jolly now. Look at you. It's only Jewel Ember. The 4th of Chrysler is on the way. Yeah. We're so holly jolly. So being a Fey Noble gets you a number of things. Firstly, it gets you a cool hat for your stream avatar. It gets you VIP on the channel. And it gets you a Discord role that gives you a special name color. And it gives you access to a Discord channel. A channel in the Discord to have secret Fey Noble discussions. And also access to a 15% off code for commissions and merch. Yippee! Thank you for watching so much, Fang! Is a Discord roll like a lobster roll? Extra butter for me, please. Of course, of course. A cheeky piece of Buddha cake. Snail, no! Buzzbutt destroys that message enough by herself. There, I think that looks alright. I don't know why there's big smudges right there, but it's in the original image, so we keep them. Too big. Don't know what the big smudgy dudgies are about. Blur, I'm learning, is a funny thing to paint. Well, it just sounds like there's beeps in this song. I was like, huh, is the timer beeping or something? This timer doesn't beep. There we go. I think that looks good. You know, there's kind of like a shine across these. I feel like I put that smudge in the wrong spot, but it's okay. It doesn't all need to be 1-to-1. Especially because this is the background. And I'm continuing to worry too much about it, I think, instead of just getting it done. Because it keeps going between, like, the finer details and the blurry stuff. Use the negative space to define them a little better, a little more naturally. Wow, I've made it too even. I don't even know where that one on the left came from. The bottom left. Oh, foliage is so hard. I'm getting better at it though, especially with these studies. Skinny little pine needles. Pat, pat, pat. Thank you, Frog. Thank you. I didn't see it, but it's okay. I felt it. For a moment, I felt comforted, and I didn't know why. And then I looked up in chat and saw that someone had pet me a moment ago. Yippee! Having a nice time today? For those interested, we're having an art share. We're having an art share later. Once we're done with this. You know, does that look alright? You think that looks done? Or do I need to continue noodling? Continue-doodling, if you will. We need shinies. Oh, we have an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys hanging around during the ad, through the ad. I'll see you on the other side. An art share is people who have made anything or have anything made for you or other such things. So yeah, you could show the you could show off the cover for the book that you're excited about. If you wanted to. Everybody sends in their links. And we enjoy looking at all of the art. Together on stream. Thinker. Chilling before work? Right on, right on. These ones are a little more orangier. In the art sharing channel. Oh, Leo! Hi, Leo! Hi, Leo and friends! Welcome in! Welcome in! How you guys doing today? I'll explain more when we get there, that's for sure, about the art share. Crawlers upon ye! Welcome in, Leo! We're in the last like 8 minutes of this, but hi! It's lovely to meet you all. Lovely to see you, those who have come back. What were you up to today, Leo? I think I remember you saying in Chi-Chi's chat earlier that you were trying to lock in on something? Trying to get something finished? Guys, we love Leo. Leo is an amazing artist, incredible artist. Hey, we're back from ads. Welcome back! Everybody follow Leo. Shout out Lord _ gifted. There we go. What do you mean? Oh, shout out. Shout out. I've got art tags. Yes. We're gonna be doing like proper art share in honestly just a few minutes. So I think it's all right if we in like 10 minutes when we finish this. If it's all right with you, it's all right with me if we save the art text for when we're looking at everybody's, but I'll make sure to prioritize yours, do yours first, because you've just rated in. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake, if you don't know me. I'm a Bunny Fairy Tale VTuber. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. We like to do drawing and painting. We do a little pixel art. We like character art. Oh, hey, thank you for following. Illuminati Shambag? What a fun name. Yeah, we have fun. We have fun is what we do. We play indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games as well. It's a good time. It's a good time. Yeah, we're gonna be doing an art share soon. So we've been working on this paint-along, little paint-along thing. We've been illustrating this orb. And it's not really an illustration, is it? Not really. That's fine though. It doesn't need to be. Painting orb. That's what we're doing. And I'm almost done. We've got like just a little bit left on the timer. And I didn't realize that these light things would be throwing me so hard. How do I paint light things? Are they not light enough? Are they perhaps not bright enough? I don't want them to look three-dimensional. Okay, hold on. I'm pausing it. I didn't want to pause so close to the end, but that's okay. That's okay. What are the rules for the art share? I could share my 3 latest. So I was gonna get to the art share, like the rules and stuff. Illuminati? What? Where you at? Yeah, where you at? I was gonna get to those, to the rules once we actually start the art share. But basically one piece per person per stream. During streams that we're doing art shares. So yeah. You would send in a Discord attachment link or Blue Sky link or whatever is pretty much just the image and isn't Twitter. Oh, I think we've got it. I didn't realize these orbs would be throwing me so hard. That's interesting. Some sort of orb. What? Do these look like they're made of light? I don't know. So many orbs. It's so orbular. By the way, Leo, if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you up. But I do know you like hanging out. Just make sure you've got a snack and everything. Make sure you're not hungry or nothing. I like my friend Leo. We want our friend Leo to take care of themselves. There, does that do it? Whoa. Something strayed from the way that the actual image looks. Too dark. Do we consider this done? Do I consider this done? Are we good? Is it finished? I want to do stuff over here. Like right at the end of this. There's some sort of bright light. Hi, Prisma. Welcome in. OMG, you're first. There's some sort of bright orangish thing happening here. And there's some sort of bright greenish thing happening here. Something strange and orbular. And there's something green happening here. Again, strange and orbular. And we have 30 seconds. Okay. Oh my god, I did it. Would you look at that? Oh, there's no string! There's no string! There we go. String. You remember how I was like, oh, that metal bit's gonna be really fun to render, and then I literally forgot about it for the entire rest of the painting. We did it! Timer's up! Time's up! Oh my goodness. This was interesting. This was really interesting. Well, Shiny Rock Dairy Pie, hi Kaza, hi Q, welcome in. Oh, Mustard too, yellow. Here's a daily dad joke. Did you hear about the Buddhist who refused Novocaine during a root canal? His goal, transcendental medication. That's so silly, Yellow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy hanging out here. Orb. We've done it. It's orb. There's something tree-ish going on the right side. It looks ponderable to me. Although I did skip out on some of the like reflective details up here. Which is fine. Which is fine. I wanted to focus on the tree. Huh? What's so sad? Wait, what? Baby Muffinberry is ponderable orb. There's something hiding behind this painting. Thea when she gets this orb. Ah, Thea! Why can't you hear the oh, from the dad joke. Why can't you hear the psychiatrist use the bathroom? I've heard this one before. But it's usually pterodactyl. Why can't you hear the psychiatrist use the bathroom? Because the P is silent. Psychiatrist. Pterodactyl. It's a classic. It's silly and it's a classic. Yeah, happy non-secular festive orb day. That's today. You weren't ready? How big is that image you painted? I usually start on a 3000 by 3000 canvas. This one, because I ended up cropping it down partway through, 2784 by 1932. Apparently 300 inches wide. So it's almost like 3000 by 2000. I got a happy in Japan. I'm very happy with it. Happy. What is that? What's a happy? Let me send this to the Discord so that I can see it on the computer, on the PC. And we shall judge how I did on the things I wanted to improve on. You can look at the original image in the meantime. Oh, so it can be printed? Yeah. I mean, I didn't paint it in CMYK. I painted it in RGB. I work in RGB because I like the range of colors more, and I never get things printed anyway. Yeah, let's send it there. I never get things printed anyway. But if you try to print something that's in RGB, you know how painters have the cyan, yellow, magenta, and black? That's what CMYK stands for. I don't know why K means black, but that's okay. Oh. Oh my god! Oh my goodness, guys! Welcome in! I just finished. You see this thing I painted? Just kidding, I didn't paint that. Welcome in, Raid! I'm pulling it up real quick. Oh, I still didn't push the values. They're still not quite there. I just finished painting this. This one's the one that I painted. Hi! If I wanted to purchase the file off you and convert it to CMYK, I mean, yeah, go ahead. Welcome in! How are you guys doing? How was your stream? I was there for a little bit of it. I was there for some of it. What? Oh, follower emotes can't be used outside of like the emote owner's stream. Hi! Yeah. I've seen people trying to make a raid emote and it didn't work. But we've got Chi-Chi, we've got Roy, we've got Momark, we've got Bricky, we've got Brickfi, and who is that? Geo, I guess. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am pronouns. We like to do art. We like character art. We do paint-alongs on Mondays, usually Mondays, sometimes Tuesdays. And we, it means key for K. I see. We like playing, we do a little pixel art sometimes. We like playing indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. And all together we like to have a fun, chill, and silly time. If you like Chi-Chi's stream, you might like it here. It's like Chi-Chi's stream, but maybe a little chiller sometimes, and with a lot less swearing. But for anybody who doesn't know Chi-Chi, who just raided in, follow her immediately. Oh, I am a big Vocaloid fan. I'm a huge Vocaloid fan. Geo makes metal Vocaloid music? Ooh, neat. I think I'm not usually a metal fan, but the most I can listen to as far as metal goes is probably like Maritu. You start getting into like Utsupi, and I'm like, no, never mind. It's too much. Shout out. Shout out. Art by Chi-Chi. There we go. Hit the little heart at top of chat if it's not already hit. Please follow Chi-Chi. Her stream is like mine, but a little less chill sometimes and with a lot more swearing. Oh, the song we listened to was a certified banger. I'm going to invite you guys to my my Discord Vocaloids. My Vocaloid Discord server, where I get to talk about Vocaloid without feeling like I'm being annoying. Let me grab the invite. There you go. Oh my goodness, I gotta get out of here. We actually don't have time for an art share. I know I told you guys that we have an art share. Well, your sibling killed your ear. OMG. Why did your sibling kill your ear? Wait, who was it that just got a 15 stream streak? Roy! Thank you for your stream streak, Chi-Chi. Roy. Maritu's fair. A lot of my inspiration is from Utsupi. Yeah, I mean, hey, if, like, it's good music. It's a little much for me, but it's good music. It's good music. I sent that, right? I sent the invite, right? In chat? There we go. Yeah, if you guys like Vocaloid music, get in there. Get in there. And we can talk about Vocaloid music. I just painted this. Yeah, unfortunately I can't stick around for art share today. Unfortunately. Everybody is free to hop in my personal Discord server, my actual stream Discord server, which is that link right there. And if you wanted to share your art, I can look at it after stream, or you can hang out and wait until we're doing another art stream, which will be Friday. We'll probably do an art share there. No promises. Oh, Bust It Down. Right, Bust It Down doesn't work on this version right here. Is it 7 CST, Chi-Chi, that we're supposed to hang out? 7 CST? Oh my goodness, we actually do have time. Time zones. Let me refund your points. 7 CST, so we have an hour and a half. Okay, I was like, shoot, I'm running late. We're not running late. I still have an hour and a half. So we can do an art share. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Yeah. Have fun running and peeing and eating. In whatever order you need that to be done. Bye, Chi-Chi. Bye. Yeah, so I'm calling for an art share. Hold on. First, let me refresh that. Refund that. There you go. Your points are back. Hey, thank you for following, Gio. We're calling for an art share. Let me hide the little Paintalong reference. Whoops, that was wrong. Little Paintalong reference. Yada da 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 da. So it's not in the way of the corner. If you have made something a while ago, if you've made something recently, if it's finished, if it's a work in progress, send it in chat. If somebody else made it for you, let us know who made it and send it in chat. Oh, hi, Drink and Stretch. Hi, Isaac. Welcome in. Yeah, let us know who made it and then send it in chat. Yeah. We like Discord attachment links. We like Blue Sky links most of all. And we like pretty much any kind of link that gives us basically just the image. But Blue Sky is like the most preferred, I would say. I'm going to turn off link protection. I trust you will be very responsible with it, right? I leave a Discord link. That's fine. That's totally fine. There we go. Links should not get you destroyed. We, or at least I, just spent 2 hours painting this. I found this lovely reference image of a non-secular festive orb. It looks gorgeous. Ah, shucks. Thank you, Gio. I think I did an alright job with it. I was mostly trying to focus on... Ugh. Now I'm like looking at the differences and I'm like, no. I wanted to... The saturation and value, I think, I did pretty good on. Not the best. Maybe it is the best that I've done so far. Not as good as I'd like it to be. Not yet. I don't know. I think it still came out pretty nice. Devin, did you say that you wanted to print it out? Are you kidding me? That'd be lovely. Let's. How about you DM me and we'll work it out, okay? Okay, let's see. Let me open up these links. Yeah, it was mostly the value and saturation and making sure the actual figure was done that I wanted to focus on. And we're not going to talk about the top of it. I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, let me pull up all these links. So many links. Oh, a holiday break in a few weeks. Gotta pop into one of these streams. Ah, it sounds fun. That sounds fun. Yes, the Paintalong streams. I would love to have you along for it, Chi-Chi. Ooh, an album cover redraw. Yeah, that does sound fun. That does sound fun. Yes, send in your links. Let me see. So far we got Omelet. Second one's from Presmop. Third one's from Geo. Let's see. Give me your links. Have a sippy. I'm glad you guys liked my paint-along. I feel like I've really been learning a lot doing these every week. Yeah. Okay. You ready? Let us begin the art share. If you haven't gotten your link in yet, we got you in Spark Rust. If you haven't gotten your link in yet, send it in. It's still open. Let's look at the first one. I saw this green-haired character. I've seen this green-haired character. You posted them in my server a couple days ago, right? Gay, super gay. These are cute. These are such cute doodles. Alec and Hearth, right? Okay. I was wondering if it was Hearth. I was like, is it Hearth or is it just a different guy that's got orange hair? Marketable plushie, dude. I really gotta get back on the plushie grind, cause I want little dolls of my characters. I was starting to make one of Emery, but I never finished it, and I don't know where it went. Don't know where they went. But I didn't bring all my sewing stuff over when I moved. I don't know. We gotta figure it out. I like plushies. This is so cute though. All the doodles together. They are so in love. Look at them. Snuggling and smiling at each other. They're marketable plushies. Right, Alec is this one's name. Right. I like how their hair looks like leaves. And their shirt looks like dirt. I love all the little floral decorations in the background. And the sunflowers in the foreground. And the sort of frame window that you've put it all in. It's cute. Your sewing machine was stolen. Oh, that sucks. By someone you invited into your home? That's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. And those can get expensive too, sewing machines. I mean, not as expensive as modern game consoles. But yeah. Super cute, super cute. They are sweet little gay buddies. I can't believe that they're roommates. Oh yeah, the design from Roy's floral background set. Yeah! Oh, it was by a stranger. It was my mom's classic singer. Ooh. Like an old one. That's so sad. That's so sad. If I was to make more dolls, I would probably not use a, what do you call it? We have an ad starting in about a minute. I probably wouldn't use a sewing machine. I would probably just hand sew them. I don't think I'd be using I don't think I'd be doing big ones. Here, let me. Oh, we wait for the ad to be over. It depends on the sewing machine. Some of them can cost like 6 PS5s. That's true. That's true. Let me switch back to. You hand sew all your plushies? You have plushies, Omelet? I'm hiding for a second. I'll be right back. My character. I'm just loading a different. I'm putting away the tablet. Go to studio mode, please. There we go. Hide that. Momentarily. Yeah, plushies are cute. I like plushies. The ad is starting. But follow Omelet on all this stuff. Yeah. Follow Roy. We love Roy. Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Roy is on Twitch. He streams now and then. And Roy is on Blue Sky. He blue skies now and then. What? I get messages. Yeah! Thank you so much for sharing, Roy. I love seeing your characters and learning more about them. Yeah, Blue Sky's got all the links. So Blue Sky have like a card or something on it? You have a card? Oh, there it is. Look at all those links. Beautiful links. We've got another one. But we're in an ad. We're in an ad. So we're gonna talk more about it when we get back from the ad. Sound good? Thank you for sharing, Roy! I just looked at my phone. Hello! Hello, Gio. What do you mean, hello? You just got thrown into ads? Thank you for waiting. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I would... If I had the choice... I wouldn't be running ads. Pensive. I like the pensive emoji. I like the pensive emoji so much I had to make one of Clover. A pensive of Clover. But yeah. For those who are here who are like subscribed or not in an ad, this one's by Presmop. It's by Presmop. Or Presmop as we know them in the Vocaloid server. I kept calling them Presmo for the longest time. And then they were like, it's actually Presmop. The P is not silent. I'm like, whoops. Welcome back from ads, everybody. This cute little pixel art of... This is Jamafly, right? This is Jamma. Welcome back. This streamer Jamafly. Yeah, look at those fluttery little wings. Ah, I love pixel art. I love pixel art. Yeah. Sweet. Fun little VTuber. I honestly, we're only like acquainted. Honestly, like I know her through Ghost Town. Her? Them? I know them through Ghost Town. I know that they're Pastel's sibling, Pastel Madness's sibling. And I know that they're a cute little fairy. Look how cute! I gotta hang out with them more, that's for sure. That's for sure. This is adorable. What a fantastic little animation. You can really see the carrying this big, what is a pot of tea, perhaps? Oh yeah, you can see a little drip of tea pop out. Wink. This is so cute, right? Isn't that incredible? The animation is perfect. The gentle float up and down and the wings fluttering. The sort of weight as she comes back up. Oh, nah, you're good, Geo. You're good. I wanted to sell how heavy a teapot would be to carry for a small fairy. People don't think about that, right? People don't. I'm only 1'7", which is kind of big for a fairy, but people don't think about how hard it is for us to lift some things. Prez Mop understands. Our friend Mop. Our Mop friend understands. Super cute! Very, very nice work. Very, very nice work. If you have a Blue Sky or some other like website that you got stuff going on where you're putting your art, somewhere else you're putting your art, feel free to throw that in chat. I would love to follow you. Fairies don't have like ant strength? No. I mean, if you have like Blessing of the Ant Goddess, then yeah. But I'm kind of big for a fairy. Hi, Beanie. I don't have a deal with the Ant Goddess. You know, I heard that Cheesecake is shredded. I heard Cheesecake is absolutely jacked. Yeah, like, I can't gigantify somebody else's emote in my own chat. That's fine. Wait, it's a follower emote. That's why. Anyway, hi Beanie. We have no buff Cheesecake emote, unfortunately. It's nice to see you. Shredded pepper jack cheesecake, exactly. We're doing an art share right now. Do you have anything you want to share, Bean Bean? Anything? Anybody else want to share something? I just got out of bed. Good morning. I hope you enjoyed your nap, perhaps. I hope you're feeling all right. I know you've been going through it. Ripstill Buffs Cake. Yeah, that's me. Ugh. You see that? Ooh, I'm so strong. Ooh, I'm so strong. You see my big muscles? My big muscles. Did mine ever come up? Yours is next. Yours is next. Yes, yours is next, Gio. Oh, thank you for sharing, Prez. Thank you. Oh, there we go, dear. That's exactly the emote I was looking for. My back is doing okay today. I just got to bed really late last night and kept waking up, so it took a long time before I felt rested. I see. I see. But I'm glad that you're doing all right. I was like, poor Bean. Poor Bean Bean. Poor Bean Bean in pain. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Presmo. Thank you. I'm so buff. I can't do one push-up. It's true. I can't do one push-up. I'm not capable of it. I mean, I'm theoretically capable. I just have to train for it, right? We've got another one. We've got another art share to do. Let's look. This one is from, ooh. Oh, that's pretty rad. This was yours, right, Gio? This is so rad. You said that this was like a redraw of an album cover, right? Isn't that sick? It's pretty rad. I especially like the amount of texture that you've like polished the image with. Oh, Utsupi's Psychodrama specifically. A cover redraw for my partner's birthday. Nah, just drop it in chat, Beanie. Just throw in the link. Utsupi's Psychodrama. I haven't seen that album cover. I only know one Utsupi album cover, and that's for greatest hits. Utsupi's greatest hits album. Yeah, this is so sick. It's so like dramatic. I like the sort of like the horizontal texture you've got going on, and the like the checker texture too. I forgot that album name. Yeah. What's the one song by Utsupi that I know? Greatest Show on Earth? Yeah. Greatest Show? Something like that. I like the little spider lily in the background here. Such a cool, like is this a Sonic OC character? So rad! So creepy! So much creepy! The pose is great! You've done a great job drawing the hands. I especially like how like this hand comes out here, even though it kind of gets lost against the background here. You know it's still there because the finger, and you know what pose it's in because the finger still comes out here. It's there's contrast again. Psychodrama. Your partner's firstborn, X-Off. Interesting. It's really neat. It's really neat. Oh, I just noticed the like the shiny rays coming out here too. Super sick. Super sick. Thank you so much for sharing, Gio. If you have social media or somewhere else that you're putting your art, feel free to throw that link in chat so that we can share, so that we can all follow each other. Yes. Thank you, Gio. Let's have a look at the next one. Let's have a look. This is from Spark Rust. Whoa. This was your you said you were making a V2 for your PNG tuber, right? I didn't use Twitter too much, but I might post more to Blue Sky. Right on. If you've got a you can link both if you want. You can link both, but I won't be checking the Twitter. I'm gonna be honest with you. I try to keep off of that website. And Blue Sky, I feel like creators get more reach anyway. Yeah. Ugh, it looks so good. It's looking so good. There's so many interesting and fun, like, textures. Those teeth look properly caustic. Twitter, more like, pooper. Exactly, Bean. Exactly. It's such a neat design. So like strange and abstract and like alien. Is the design different, or is it just like the rendering of the art? Caustic is such a great word for those teeth. Oh yeah, straight up hazardous. Straight up hazardous looking. My favorite part is definitely the, like what you've got going on the head here. This beautiful pattern. It's kind of like spider webs. It's kind of like lace. It's like it's kind of like a tattoo. You know? Yeah, I oh, V1's my Twitch PFP. Oh yeah, let's see. Oh, right. We're gonna pull that up. It's gonna be low quality, but that's okay. I just want a point of comparison. Open image. Nope, not that one. Open image. Oh yeah! Oh, what an upgrade! What an upgrade! Oh yeah, and all that pattern is all new. Fantastic. Absolutely beautiful work, Sparkrust. Say, when are you streaming next? Yeah, it's a tattoo, but it's given that like spider web lace kind of vibe. When are you streaming next? We'll shout you out here. Sparkrust. Go ahead and throw them a follow. Sparkrust's name initially stood out to me because as a big Transformer fan, I'm like, that sounds like a horrible disease for like a Cybertronian to get. Because sparks are essentially their souls. And if they start to rust, oh, you stream sometimes. Ooh, so it's a surprise. Well, everybody make sure to follow Spark Rust so that you get notifications for when you can catch this freaky looking face doing something live. Games, I'm assuming. Maybe art. Who knows? Thank you for sharing, Spark. If you've got a blue sky or somewhere else you're keeping your art, feel free to throw that in chat. Beautiful, but somewhat unsettling. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I would say beautiful and somewhat unsettling. Like soul mold? Soul mold, what a word. Oh wait, spark rust? Yeah. Like the deterioration of the very soul. I think it's red. We've got our last one, unless anybody else has anything to share. This will be our last one for the day. Check this out. I've already seen this before, of course. But I love it. Check it. This is from Green Bean Supreme, our friend Beanie. That's my character that I made. That's my little guy. That's my little guy, guys. Look, it's my little guy. Look. I like Razor Kick. Is just like a random idea. Couldn't think of anything else to send that as A-OK, Beanie. It was just a random idea. Yeah, it's the guy. I think I drew something recently. Send it in, Snail. Let me see. Even if you drew something not recently, I want to see it. I just randomly had the idea to make a transformer that turns from like a kick scooter. Presmop made art of Razor Kick too. An amazing animation. One per person, yep. All good, Jill. And now it's like one of my favorite OCs. He's so silly. He's a radical little dude. And a dab is perfect for him. Thank you for the redeem, Beanie. I'm Starscream mode now. This is my Starscream outfit. You guys like it? Yeah, he's a really good guy. Look at him dab. Look at him go. I love the way he's shaded. I love the dramaticness of his pose. He's perfect. He's perfect. Oh, I see, Snail. I think I drew something recently. Okay, no, that's Catboy Andrew Cuomo. Never mind. Citrus is gathering dust on top of the dresser. I actually haven't used any of my 3DSs lately, and I'm kind of bummed about it. It's kind of sad. I just don't have a lot of time for gaming, and when I do, I want to play something on PC. I just need to, like, go on a trip again or something. That'll force me to use oh, no, because then I would just bring my Steam Deck. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, it's Razor Kick. The little guy, the radical little dude. Got the pose just right. The line art is super good. You should take a trip to Kansas City, Missouri. I can't. I don't like being that far from home without, like, my mom with me, pretty much. Not that I think my mom wouldn't enjoy meeting you, but you know. Yeah, I can't to this city. Time, money, comfort. Oh! I just want to see the blue Starscream's cake. Oh no! Parents love me. I'm precious. How do I pull up Starscream's cake again? Yeah, you missed it by a second. Hold on. I can amend this though. I know we're layered on top of each other, but that's fine. I find it. There you go. Do you like it? I'm blue. I like being layered on friends. Hi, damsel. Welcome back. Let me go back and turn that off. There we go. There we go. Wait, I did it wrong. I did it in a way that it would have broken something. Okay, all better, all better. Oh my god, Electro! Moonbeam! Thundercracker Cake? You're right, you're right. Would I be allowed to send another since I found I'm still logged into my Blue Sky? If you'd like to send more, you can hop into my Discord server. And I'll have a look after stream. I do gotta get out of here kind of soon, though. I gotta wind down. I'm here for like 10-ish minutes. Hey, me too. Me too. Forgot I'm there. Yippee! Yeah, this is the art sharing channel. Yeah. Electro, of course. I love how when Cheesecake says electro, they just forget the first vowel. I intentionally leave out the first vowel. Electro. Letro. I leave out the C too. Letro. Letro royalty. My moonbeam, my moonbeam. You're just in time for art share. Like we're just about finished with art share, but I've been enjoying calling you Bean Bean lately. Bean Bean. It's okay, I don't need booty. Amsel. Letro Ini. Eo. Nail? Yeah, absolutely, you can do a quick art share. I don't know that I have any art to share. That's fine, that's fine. A quick sketch of how I misinterpreted someone's profile picture in pregnant New Jersey. Snail, if your art was just a little less unhinged, you could share it in here. Ah, Mushi calls you Bean Bean because of me. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Let me shout out Beanie. We love Beanie. Beanie's my bestie. They're my little bestie. Which is bold of me to say because I'm 1'7". Yeah, Beanie's my little bestie. They do streaming on twitch.tv. They do art. They have a podcast. I could step on you like a spider. No, you wouldn't, because that would hurt. I miss Beanie. You wouldn't because it would hurt me, right? But it's that word could. I have some stuff I work, I think. Should I send self-portrait or work flowers? Ooh. Do flowers. Do flowers. Would you? No, damsel. I do normal art sometimes. Just half of it is me doing doodles on my folders that I then wipe off. Oh, that's fair. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but I was broken. That's understandable. You got stepped on like a spider. But yeah, everybody follow Bean Bean. Follow Bean Bean. Beanie's working on a new version of their design, which is really exciting. So get used to this one while you still can. I would stream to David. I have prior engagements. True. We're gonna be watching Transformers later. Oh, another collab with Maple tomorrow! So exciting! You've been doing a lot of streaming lately. I'm so excited. Who's the lucky person? Prior engagements. He's so silly. Our last art share for the day, unless somebody has something. Oh, I think Electra's bringing something. Our almost last art share. Check this out. This is from Damsel, our friend Damsel Heart. I see that this is, oh, there we go. I see that this is titled Video Games Video Game. Who are these characters? These characters for a video game? O'Denial. O'Denial? Bo Daniel. Daniel. Oh, are these like ideas for their names? Columbine, Carmine, Collie, Carmine, Plum Bob. Ah. Daniel, Plum Bob Jr. These are for like a video game concept that you have in mind? That's really exciting. Right? These are such good designs. I saw this one when I was like snooping on your stream one time. I was just snooping. These are video game characters. Oh, within the video game world that Henrietta lives in. I'm not gonna lie, I thought Luigi when I saw this guy. I was like, oh, that's Mr. Luigi. I do a little snooping. I'm gonna snoop my wife sometimes, of course. Was this guy Luigi inspired? It's just the mustache shape and the green color. Cowboy Luigi, right. I mean, obviously he's distinct. There's differences. But he looks a little Cowboy Luigi. Respectfully. Oh, it's her favorite video games. Heavily inspired by Mario, so Luigi is on purpose. Okay. Rad. Are these like two different designs for the same guy? Two different like potential designs? Plum Bob Jr. I do like those names. Yeah, these are fantastic. These are delightful. The color schemes that you've picked, you always pick amazing color schemes. Well, it'll be one art share at a time, Electro, but you're free to send the other in my server. Cowboy Mario. Western Pauline. Ah, Outlaw DK Donkey Kong. Cowboy Luigi. Oh, this one's Mario. Okay. An Outlaw Donkey Kong Jr. Yeah, excuse me. No problem. Bo. Oh, these are Bo and Joe. Oh, I see. Rad. Yeah, these are so cool. I like overalls. Overalls are always such like a fun part of a design. We were kind of talking about this on Beanie's channel at some point recently, I think. Color puns. Bo and Joe. I don't know if I understand those ones. Plum Bob though, I do get that one. And Carmine is like a kind of red, right? Overalls, right? They're so cute. This guy, cute. I like Pinafore myself. Pinafore. Oh, like an apron. Yeah, a pinafore is kind of like, what if Damsel wore overalls? The color pun is O'Denial. So Bo and Joe? I don't know what that is. Oh, you know, I like this color. This is a color that I really like. Carmine is me after committing Grand Theft Auto. Oh, it took me a sec. Carmine. Yeah, I really like how like the top of the dress here comes up and like pinches at the shoulders. It's French for of the Nile. The color of the Nile. Interesting. Hey, Tomo, are you gonna hang out on my leg? Like on the side of my leg. There you go. Much better. He was trying to climb down and then just like stopped. I was watching an antique restoration video last night where they were fixing up an old electric stove from the 20s and it was painted that color. Huh. I think if you took my stream and like changed the color just a little bit. Let's try it. I think we could turn it Eau de Nil. Eau de Nil. Color correction. Hue shift. Wrong way. And then turn the saturation down. Make it lighter. And turn it back up. This isn't turning out how I thought. Oh my god, I'm green. I'm an alien. I'm an alien. It's an old color name, not really known nowadays. That's fine. That's fine. I learned it today. Am I doing it right? What's that? What's that? We have an ad starting shortly. Oh, there it is. We have an ad starting shortly. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. Thank you. Glistel Gleeps Cake. Yeah, that's about that color. I do like these. I do like these like vintage restoration channels. My favorite is Odd Tinkering. No blue. I got rid of it. We do have an ad. We have an ad. But before the ad starts, follow Damsel. Follow Damsel. Follow Damsel. Do it. Do it. Hit that little Twitch link. Hit the Kara link. Hit the Blue Sky link. Do it. Follow her. Little bird. What's up, Tomo? Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, little bird. Yes. Follow the damsel to see art like this and other such amazing pieces. Including, like, if you stare at my art reel for long enough, you'll see at least one piece that she made of me. Yippee! Enjoy swapping laundry, Beanie. Ad got here just... You're subscribed. You don't have to worry about it, Beanie. Thank you for sharing, damsel! We love it, we love it. We're gonna wait on the next one until after we're done with the ads. I hate ads during art share. Like, during other times it's fine. I must also leave again? Dude, it is A-okay, damsel. I love showing off your art, because it's great. Thanks for being cool and being friends. Bye, wife! See you, wife! Bye-bye! Yeah. I do really like this color. Wow. Who painted this? Who painted this pretty flower? Fleur Blanche O'Daniel. It doesn't say who the artist was. Designers Guild? It's so pretty. You're not gonna tell me? Love you, wife. Ridiculous. I want to be this good at painting flowers. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually with the Paintalongs, right? We'll get there eventually. Yeah, this isn't my cleanest work, but it's... I did get pretty distracted throughout. It's not my cleanest work, but it's like... I think I did... For my goal, having been pushing saturation and value, I think I did pretty good. I think I could have made the tree more yellower. But that's okay. I could have made the orb more bright. But that's okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, we're back from ads. Welcome back from ads, everybody. We have 2 more art shares left to do. 3. No, 2. I just like putting on my pinky sometimes. Like if I'm like... Welcome back, Isaac. Let me close all these. There you go. There we go. This is from Electro Royalty, my moonbeam. These are felt roses. I think they must have been making them for their work. Let's see if I can scroll up and see. If you have time. Oh, yeah, different. I've been assigned to do most of the craft stuff at my work today, so here's some felt flowers I made today. You still working with the older folks? The old folks? These are super cute. Did you, like, make this template, or did you, like, find it? Because that's a really clever way of doing it. Little flowers. Sorry for my silence. Oh, you don't have to worry, Gio. It's all good. It's all good. Ah, I found it online. Beautiful. This must have been a really fun little craft. This must have been really fun. I like the colors that you picked out. I think my favorite's gotta be this pink rose. Little pink one. My favorite. Little, that's like the color of my ears, right? The inside of my ears. I should have taken a photo of the massive hot glue gun I was using. Oh boy. What were these flowers supposed to be for? Were they getting like stuck onto something? Whoa. Right? It does look really fun. You would like roll them up and glue them together. Maybe I could like make a flower crown like this. They are so cute. They almost look edible. My desk at work is basically transformed into a crafting bench because I'm often in charge of craft workshops and holiday party activities. Dude, I'm kind of jealous. Buzzbot. My desk at work has basically transformed into a bootying bench because I'm often in charge of booty workshops and holiday party activities. Silly robot, silly robot. Booty workshops. That's like yoga or exercise classes that help you train your glutes, right? Yeah, these are stinking adorable. It sounds like you had fun. I'm jealous of your job that you get to sit there and do crafts all day. I mean, I'm sure you've got more responsibilities, but they're an example or usable resource for a craft workshop in January where members make flowers and put them on little felt bags. Oh, that sounds absolutely lovely. That sounds so lovely. Thank you so much for sharing, Electro. If you have anywhere... Yeah, if a word shows up multiple times, it replaces all instances. It's led to some odd messages before. But, yeah. Yeah, Electro, if you have somewhere, like a blue sky, or somewhere that you're putting your art, feel free to throw that in chat. Thank you for sharing. We have our last one. This is from Cancel Snail. We have our last one. If you get far away and kind of squint, look at this profile picture. Get far away and kind of squint. Doesn't it kind of look like a face? I'm assuming that's what Snail saw. And then Snail went ahead and drew this little interpretation. My other responsibilities are listening to old people telling me about how they murdered their husbands. Talking to old people is probably simultaneously fascinating and also like, how do I put this? When you're old, being old sort of, I think, excuses some behaviors. Or it seems to excuse some behaviors. So I feel like I might be like kind of freaked out talking to old people all day, honestly. But yeah. This is super silly and cute. I do see where you're coming from with that. Like, if you kind of squint, pull back and kind of squint, it does look like that. The eye is kind of like closed like that, and there's, yeah, something. It's odd. Thank you for sharing, Snail. If we want to see your unhinged art, where do we go? Feel free to send a link. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. Thank you for sharing. I don't wear my glasses ever. Why not? So I just see things like I'm looking at a blurry thing. Yeah, that's fair. I feel weird not wearing glasses. Like when I wake up, I'm like, I can't sense the world. And it's disorienting. And I don't think my vision is that bad, but it's bad enough that I just feel more like confident and clear when I am wearing my glasses. Yeah. Hi, Isaac. Hi, Isaac. Hi, chat. I'm getting hungry. So I'm gonna go ahead and scram. It's been absolutely lovely. I had fun doing a paint-along together with you guys. Let me take a peek in the art sharing channel just to make sure. Wow, we got 3 people in the server today. Yippee! Okay, all good, all good. Yeah, it was super fun. We met some new people today. We met our new friend Gio. We of course saw some longtime friends. Talked to some people who I think we haven't talked to in a while. Sorry, that was a VTuber. Actually, we might raid her. That's fine. We're gonna raid out. So I'm checking real quick who's live to see who we can scrim. I know who we're raiding. I know who we're raiding. Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long. Our friend Qberry is live. It is the return of the Bowie. She's finally out of her hiatus, guys. Qberry has the best emotes. She has the best emotes. Once you get over to her channel, you're gonna want to subscribe so you can get those emotes. And you're gonna want to go into her Discord server so you can use those emotes on Discord too. I literally use her emotes all the time. She's so cute. She makes amazing art. Yeah, nod, nod, nod. I use that one all the time. Nod, 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 nod. Yeah, she's coming out of hibernation. Hibernation. She's so stinking cute. Right now she's got like a little goober tuber. But her usual tuber is really stinking cute. She's doing peak with some friends today. I love Q. I love Qberry. I gotta hang out with her more often. Truly, truly. Truly. So let's get our raid call. Let's get our raid call. We are not using that. I'm just borrowing it for the sparklies. Welcome back, Bowie. That shall be our raid call. We'll do dances. Tomo's excited too. Welcome back, Bowie. Raid calls are super duper important. When we raid out to somebody's stream, Twitch only counts us as viewers for certain analytics purposes if we send a message in their chat. Okay? Not only is it going to help our friend Qberry a lot with her analytics if we all send in the raid call when we get there, but it's also really fun and exciting to get a bunch of messages when you get raided, right? So let's do that. Let's start the raid. Let's start. Raid Qberry. Copy the raid call. Copy the raid call. This is an 18+ streamer, so you can send in the raid call and then you gotta scram. Unfortunately, if you don't meet that threshold. having fun rolling the R's today. That's been fun. I'm gonna be live again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Fairy EST. We're gonna be doing some Pokemon White Bunnies only stream. We're gonna be continuing that run. We're getting up to like, we just beat Skyla. Who did we just get? We just got a Nidoran. Yeah, we just got Nidoran female. She's waiting for celeries. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow when we get to Q-Berry. Make sure we send in the raid call, throw her a follow, and be super, super cool and nice and give her a big welcome back. Okay? Because we love Q-Berry. And then get in her Discord server because literally those emotes are amazing. Yes, Tomo Bird, we're leaving. I'll see you guys tomorrow in my stream. You need to run? Yeah, exactly, Presmop. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Thank you for being here. Bye, friends. Bye. Yes, Tomo.